Assalamu alaikum everyone. Just a minute. Okay, so how was the paper? Should we fast in the day of the exam? Not something I'm going to say no to, but I think you guys, you know your own potential. If you think that you may end up being dehydrated or something, then don't risk it. That's what I would say. But if you think you can handle it, you can handle the heat while fasting, then yeah, go ahead. Kinematics question was the hardest. Chala, good. Lagta hai sir enjoyed the AI checking very much. No, there was no AI checking this time. Sir, I make a mock paper like mock 2 of last year. I don't remember mock 2 of last year, but I tried to make the mock difficult. I hope, I don't know if you guys found it difficult. Did you guys find it easy or did you guys find it difficult? It was pretty easy. Kinematics one I had done before. Yeah, I actually solved the kinematics question with my class as well. This had too many recent questions. Yeah, it did. Sir, can you please do calculator trick like how to check derivative integration? Chalo, we'll do that. We'll do that in this paper. It was made too hard. Okay. All right, so let's begin, guys. Question number 1 is a question that we solved, I guess, yesterday only. We solved this question yesterday. Or maybe a question similar to this, I don't know. The thing is, I made the mock a lot earlier than yesterday's stream. So it's not that I deliberately gave this question. So, yeah. So let's solve this. So what I'll do is, once I've solved the entire mock, I'll share the solved copy with you guys. Okay. Yeah, I think we did a question similar to this, because I remember the y-intercept in yesterday's question was 24. It was not 2. Anyway, so let's solve this question irrespective. It says find expressions for 2 possible functions f of x. 2 possible functions basically means that we don't know whether this graph was originally such that everything below the x-axis has been reflected above the x-axis. We don't know which part was below the x-axis. Okay, so it could have been a cubic graph like this, a minimum to maximum graph with positive 2 as the y-intercept, or it could be something like this. Okay, it could be a maximum to minimum graph with negative 2 as the y-intercept. Okay, so that's why the question is asking us to write down 2 possible equations. Okay, so let's first work our way back from the x-intercepts. So we have x equals to minus 2, x equals to minus 0.5, and x equals to 3. So we have x equals to minus 2. We'll work backwards from there. X equals to minus 0.5. Achha, minus 0.5, since it's decimal, let's write it as fraction. So we're going to write it as minus 1 upon 2, and then we will write x equals to 3. All right? Now, if we work our way back, this becomes x plus 2. X equals to minus half. Before it became x equals to minus half, must have been 2x plus 1. Okay, and before it became x equals to 3, it must have been x minus 3. Now, the thing is, we don't know what the coefficient of x squared is. X cube is. Yeah, no binomial. I know, you're right. So I had to pick between giving you guys binomial or velocity vectors, so I went with velocity vectors. Okay? Now, in order to find out the value of k, we need a point through which the curve is passing. So that point is none other than the y-intercept, and that's 0, 2. So we're going to plug in 2 in place of y, and we're going to plug in 0 in place of x. So 0 plus 2, that's equal to 2. 2 times 0 is 0. 0 plus 1, that's equal to 1. 0 minus 3, that's equal to minus 3. So what do we do now? We cross out the 2. Okay, so 1 is equals to minus 3k, which means k is equals to minus 1 upon 3. Okay, but now we have to write down the final equation. So we know that k can be positive 1 upon 3 or it can be negative 1 upon 3, because as I explained earlier, we don't know what the actual graph is like. It could be that it's a minimum maximum curve, or it could be that it's a maximum minimum curve. Okay, so the value of k is plus minus 1 upon 3. All right, so there we go. There was February, March. Yep, there was a February, March question. That is correct. Sir, have you seen the topics for paper 1, variant 1? No, I do not suggest you write x plus 0.5. Don't write x plus 0.5. Okay? Instead, write 2x plus 1 only. Okay? I haven't seen the topics for paper 2 variant 1, but I gave you guys a sheet with the help of which you can figure out for yourself exactly the topics down to the finest details that will be tested in paper 2. In paper 2 variant 2 or paper 2 variant 1. Okay? All right. Can you make a mock like with all untested topics even? That's exactly what I've done here. That is exactly what I've done here. This mock contains all the topics that haven't been tested so far, or the topics that weren't tested in paper 2 variant 1. Okay, that's exactly what I've done here. Although this is mainly focused towards paper 2 variant 2. So yeah. Now if you want to do it for some other variant, you can do that yourself using the Google sheet that I uploaded in the video where I talked about what to expect in paper 2. Okay? Anyway, now it is given that k is a constant, all right? It is given that 2x squared plus 3k minus 2 times x plus k equals to 0 has roots that are real and distinct. Find the set of possible values of k. Acha, just to make sure, have you answered the question correctly? Acha, note the question says, write each expression in fully factorized form. That means you do not need to expand. You need to leave this as it is. Okay? Okay, now. In this question, k is a constant. It is given that 2x squared plus 3x plus 3k minus 2 times x plus k equals to 0 has roots that are real and distinct. Real and distinct basically means b squared minus 4ac is equal to 0. So arrogant, not replying. What? Not replying to what? What topic are you explaining? I'm solving. But read the titles. Okay, read the title. I'm sure you can do that, right? I'm not explaining a topic. You can read the title and figure it out for yourself. And I don't see what is so arrogant about that. Anyway, now, so real and distinct means b squared minus 4ac is greater than 0. Okay, so b squared means 3k minus 2, the whole thing square. Yeah, did I say greater than or equal to 0? Sorry, it's b squared minus 4ac is greater than 0. So b squared minus 4 times a, which is 2, times c, which is k, is greater than 0. Okay, now, so 3k, the whole thing square is 9k squared. 3 times 2 is 6, 6 times 2 is 12, plus 4 minus 8k is greater than 0. Okay? Okay, now, let's simplify. Let's simplify and see what we end up with. So we end up with 9k squared minus 20k plus 4 is greater than 0. So 9 times 4, what's that? That's 36. Factors of 36 that leave you with minus 20. So that's going to be 18 and 2. So that means 9k squared minus 18k minus 2k plus 4 is greater than 0. Okay? Now, let's take 3 along with k common. So if I take 3 along with k common, we have 3k minus 6. Okay. Then let's take... Oh, wait a minute. I think I've done something wrong. I think I've done something wrong, haven't I? Oh, 3k common नहीं निकलेगा ना. We'll have to take 9k common. Yeah, let's take 9k common. So we'll have k minus 2. Then let's take minus 2 common, so that we also have k minus 2 greater than 0. Okay, now the values of k, the critical values that we're looking for are k equals to 2 and k is equals to 2 upon 9. But don't get carried away and think that these are your final answers. Okay, we're solving a quadratic inequality. We're not solving a quadratic equation. Okay, keep that in mind. We're solving a quadratic inequality. We're not solving a quadratic equation. Okay, but we treat it like a quadratic equation before we solve the quadratic inequality. Okay, what are we looking at? We're looking at a quadratic curve which has x-intercepts at 2 and 2 upon 9. 2 upon 9 is obviously the smaller value, so that will come first. So this is 2 upon 9 and this is 2. Okay. Now, greater than or equal to, it will be greater than or equal to if the question had only said real roots. Okay. Now, since it says greater than 0, that means we want the part of the curve that's above the x-axis. So what will be the range of k for that? It's going to be greater than 2. Since it's on the right-hand side of 2, that means it's going to be greater than 2. Okay, and then since it's on the left-hand side of 2 upon 9, so we're going to put a comma, and we're going to say k is less than 2 upon 9. Okay. Achha, since we are solving paper 2, which means we can use a calculator. So I'd like to show you guys how you can use your calculator to solve a quadratic inequality. Okay, a quadratic inequality. So I'm sure you all know how to solve a quadratic equation. Okay. No, you can't put a single inequality. You can't write it as a single inequality. Okay, and please do not use the word and. Don't use the word and. Just separate the two using a comma only. Don't use the word and. Don't use the word or. Don't write it in a single line. Just put a comma and that's it. Okay, put a comma or write them in two separate lines and that's great. Okay, now. Okay, guys, so here's how you can solve a quadratic inequality in your calculator. Now, if your calculator doesn't have this, then I can't help you. Okay, it's really as simple as that. You can only do it in this calculator. If you have a separate calculator, then I'm afraid I don't know how it works in your calculator, but what you can do is you can always look it up online. Okay, you'll find plenty of content available specific to your calculator. Okay, so what you do is you press menu and you navigate to where you see inequality. So you press equals to. Now, what polynomial is this? Since this is a quadratic inequality, that means it's a second degree polynomial. So we press 2 for that. ठीक हो गया? अच्छा, then notice that this is greater than 0. This is an inequality where the quadratic expression is greater than 0. So we're going to press 1 for that. Now let's enter the coefficients. The coefficient of x squared is 9. The coefficient of x is minus 20. The constant is positive 4. And what do you get? This is what you get. You get x is less than 2 upon 9. Okay, just replace x with k when you're giving a final answer. And 2 is less than x, which basically means x is greater than 2. Same thing. Okay? So that's it. This is how it works in this specific calculator. I'll repeat once again. Okay, one last time. Pay attention. Press menu. If you have some other calculator, I don't know how it works. Okay, it's not that I've memorized it for every single calculator, but I will encourage you to look it up online. You'll find it, guaranteed. Okay, so navigate to where you see inequality. This is a second degree polynomial because it's a quadratic inequality. So enter the relevant one. This is the one which has the sign greater than 0. So we're going to press 1 for that. The coefficient of x squared is 9. The coefficient of x is minus 20. And the constant is positive 4. So you press 4 for that. Press equals to. Press equals to once again. You get the final answer. Compare whether yours is correct or not. Make sure that you show you're working. And if you've done it correctly, you know that you're getting these marks for sure. Okay? Yeah, I will do another permutations and combinations stream tomorrow, inshallah. Okay? Now, question number 3. A sports club has the following members: 5 runners, 4 swimmers, 3 gymnasts. These members stand in a straight line. Find the number of ways that this can be done when all the runners stand together, all the swimmers stand together, and all the gymnasts stand together. Okay, so how many people are we talking about? We're talking about 5 plus 4, that's 9, 9 plus 3, that's 12. Okay, so let's start by making 12 blanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, So we have to make sure that all the runners stand together. So in this box, we have the 5 runners. Okay. Now, these 5 runners can shuffle amongst themselves how many ways? 5 factorial number of ways. All right. So these are 5 runners, 5 people, 5 not objects. They're 5 different people. That means they can shuffle amongst themselves 5 factorial number of ways. Then you have 4 swimmers. So these 4 swimmers can shuffle amongst themselves 4 factorial number of ways. And then you have 3 gymnasts. So these 3 gymnasts, whilst being together, can still shuffle amongst themselves 3 factorial number of ways. So is that it? 5 factorial into 4 factorial into 3 factorial. That's it? Correct? Let's work this out and move on to the next one. So you're kind of unrelated, but if you're asked to show that a circle and a line do not intersect, yes, we use b square minus 4ac is less than 0. That's correct. No, not into 3, into 3 factorial. Okay, why are we doing this into 3 factorial? Because remember, the runners, while being together, and the swimmers, while being together, and the gymnasts, while being together, can shuffle as a unit. Okay, so these are 3 different units. Okay, remember now this is 1 unit. Okay, so these 3 units can shuffle how many ways? Can shuffle 3 factorial number of ways. Just like, for example, if you have 3 letters A, B, C, how many ways can you shuffle them? You can shuffle them 3 factorial number of ways. So you have 3 different units. Okay, we treat them as units. So these 3 units can shuffle amongst themselves 3 factorial number of ways. Okay, so when you work this out, what do you get? You get 5 factorial into 4 factorial into 3 factorial into 3 factorial. That's 103,680. 103,680. Okay, now part B. 4 of these members are selected. Now what are we dealing with now? Selected means that we are now dealing with combination. Okay, we are now dealing with combination. Okay. Achha, beta, I will post on my Instagram tonight asking you guys what you want me to stream tomorrow. So I do plan on doing permutations and combinations. That's confirmed. Okay. But other than that, whatever topic it is that you guys want me to stream, let me know. Okay. Okay. So we are now talking about selection. Here we're talking about arrangement. Okay. So since we were talking about arrangement, we were using permutation, or you can say factorial. Here, since we're talking about selection, we're going to use combination. Okay. Now, 4 of these members are selected for an event. Find the number of ways this can be done when at least 1 runner, at least 1 swimmer, and at least 1 gymnast must be selected. Okay, so we got to have at least 1 of everyone. So that means the number of runners must be greater than or equal to 1. Correct? The number of swimmers must also be greater than or equal to 1. Okay. And the number of gymnasts must also be greater than or equal to 1. ठीक हो गया? Okay. Now, so let's now make 2 columns. ठीक है. Remember that the total must be equal to 4. You can't change that. Okay. The total must be equal to 4. You can't change that. So here we have runners. How many runners do we have altogether? We have 5 runners to choose from. How many swimmers do we have? We have 4 swimmers to choose from. Okay. How many gymnasts do we have? We have 3 gymnasts to choose from. Okay. Keep in mind that we want 4 in total. We can't change that. Okay. So can we do 1, 1, 2? Can we do that? Yes, we can. We have at least 1 runner. We have at least 1 swimmer. And since we have to make sure that the total number of members are 4, that means we have to select 2 gymnasts. Now, how can we do this? We can do this by doing 5c1 into 4c1 into 3c2. Okay. What else? What else? Can we do 1, 2, 1? Yes, we can. Can we do 2, 1, 1? Yes, we can. What else? और क्या किया जा सकता है? और क्या किया जा सकता है? और क्या किया जा सकता है? I guess that's it. There is not much else that we can do. So this means 5c1 into 4c2 into 3c1, and then 5c2 into 4c1 into 3c1. Okay, so let's work this out. 3c2 is 3 into 5 into 4, that's 60. And then 4c2 is 6 into 5 into 3, that's 90. And then 5c2, that's 10 into 4 into 3, that's 120. So 120 plus 150, that's equal to 270. So the answer is 270. But whenever you are selecting, you use combination. Whenever you're arranging, we use permutation, okay? So it's not that complicated, okay? If the question says arranged, or the question says line up, anything which tells you that you're arranging objects, you use permutation or factorial. But if you're selecting, you're choosing, you're selecting, you use combination. Okay? Okay, now. Variables x and y, I'm doing a stream tomorrow of permutations and combinations. It's going to be a long stream, inshallah, hopefully. So stay tuned for that. Okay. Variables x and y are such that when e power y is plotted against x cube, a straight line graph is obtained. The line passes through the points 1, 13.5, 7.5, 0.5. Find y in terms of x. All right, so let's begin. Finding y in terms of x, first of all, means that we have to find out the gradient. So let's find out the gradient. That's going to be 0.5 minus 13.5 over 7.5 minus 1. Okay. So what's m is equals to 0.5 minus 13.5 over 7.5 minus 1. That's equal to minus 2. So the equation of a straight line is y equals to mx plus c. Here, in place of y, we will have e power y. So always start from the leftmost side so that in case you have to make a column and continue working, you can do that. You have margin to do that. E power y equals to m, which is minus 2. And what do we have on the x-axis? We have x cubed plus c. Now we need a point through which, I was going to say the curve is passing, not the curve, but the straight line is passing. So that's 1, 13.5. Okay. Now remember, all of e power y is 13.5. And all of x cubed is equal to 1. So minus 2 times 1 plus c, which means the value of c is equals to 13.5 plus 2, which is equal to 15.5, which means we're looking at e power y is equals to minus 2x cubed plus 15.5. Now notice that this is not it. Okay. The question says find y in terms of x. That means we have to make y the subject, and we can do that very easily. All we have to do is take ln on both sides. So when we take ln on both sides, this is what we're looking at. Okay. So y gets multiplied. That's the whole objective behind taking ln on both sides. ln e is equals to 1. So y is equals to this once again. That's it. Job done. On to the next one. You can write it as fraction also. That's perfectly all right. So should I wait or should I watch previous stream? Go ahead, beta. Watch the previous stream and then watch the one that I do tomorrow as well. Okay? It's not like you will end up unlearning anything. So watch the stream that I've done already and then watch tomorrow's one as well. That's it. Find the values of x for which your equation is valid. Now remember, any logarithmic function is valid for as long as the argument is greater than 0. So we already know what the base is. We don't have to worry about that. But this will be valid for as long as the argument is greater than 0. That means minus 2x cubed plus 15.5 is greater than 0. Okay. So how can we take ln on right side? The same way you take it on the left hand side. You take it on the right hand side. Is it any different? Is it a different method to take it on the right hand side than it is on the left hand side? No, I'm genuinely curious. So 2x cubed is less than 15.5, which means x cubed is less than 15.5 divided by 2. So that's 7.75. Okay. And now you have to take the cube root on both sides. Since we're taking the cube root, we don't really have to worry about plus, minus, or anything of that sort. Okay, we're just going to take the cube root. And is cube root of 7.75 a perfect? No, it's not going to be this is not a perfect cube. So cube root. So you know what? So the question doesn't specify. So I think we have the liberty to write the answer however way we want. Okay. So we will just write the cube root of 7.75 and leave it there. Okay. Or you can write it in decimal also, but no need to write both. I'm just writing both so that you know what's right and what's not. So here it is. Okay. That's it. They didn't ask, but they also didn't say anything which tells that we shouldn't write it in exact form, so we can write it both ways. Okay. Can we say x is less than 2? No, you can't, beta. If it's 1.98, I mean, is today your first day of studying maths? I hope not. I hope today is not the first time you're solving a past paper. Okay, because judging by the kind of question that you're asking, that's what it seems. So why is it less than? Because we crossed out minus on both sides, so that's why we have to flip the sign. So would we still have to flip the sign if we took minus? Yep, you still have to flip the sign. Dekho, whenever you make the variable positive in an inequality, whether it's by taking the minus across the equals to sign, whether it's by multiplying minus with both sides, you always have to flip the sign. ठीक है? ये एग्जाम से 1-2 दिन पहले आप लोग ऐसे सवाल क्यों पूछते हैं वैसे? क्या हो जाता है? आप लोगों का दिमाग मुझे लगता है उल्टा काम करना शुरू कर देता है. You guys end up forgetting stuff, forgetting the basics. खैर, I'm glad you guys are asking instead of making silly assumptions. So if I proved saying that C1, C2 equals to R1 plus R2 if they intersect, seen or implied, show that they are not equal so they don't intersect. Yeah, I have no idea what you just said. I have no idea what aapne kya bola. So let's get to that question. ठीक है? Anyway. Solutions by accurate drawing will not be accepted. All right. A circle C has equation x minus 5 the whole thing square plus y minus 12 the whole thing square. Find the equation of the tangent to the C at the point 11, 4. Give your answer in the form of ax plus by equals to c, where a, b, and c are integers. Okay. Okay. A, b, and c are integers. Acha. First of all, a good approach towards solving this question would be. Acha, that was so I thought you meant. I thought you meant seen or implied. Sorry, I guess I've solved way too many past papers now. Khair, anyway, let's get to that question and then I'll be able to make sense of what you're saying. Okay? Acha, beta, if you have a problem with the pace, then you can totally not watch the stream and you can watch it later at 2x, 5x, whatever you want. Okay? Okay, now, so a good idea would be to make a rough sketch. No matter how smart you are, a good idea would still be to make a rough sketch. Okay? So what are the coordinates of the center of the circle? The coordinates of the center of the circle will be 5, 12. Okay. And 11, 4. 11, 4 means, so the x coordinate is greater than the x coordinate of the center. That means it's got to be towards the right. And the y coordinate is 4. So that means it's got to be way below than the center. Okay, so what we're looking for is the equation of tangent that probably lies somewhere over here. Okay. Why is this important? This is basically going to give you a better perspective of what you're doing. So that you know that the equation of the tangent that you're going to find out is such that it should have a positive gradient. Okay? Acha beta, let's get to that question. Okay, let's get to that question, okay? I'm sure you have your exam the same date as everyone else. So let's get to that question and we will see how it works. Okay? So first of all, let's find out the gradient of the radius. So we have 12 minus 4 over 5 minus 11. So what's 12 minus 4? 12 minus 4 is equals to 8. 5 minus 11, what's that equal to? That's equal to Negative 6, yeah, and that makes sense. The gradient of the radius is equal to minus 4 upon 3, which means the gradient of the tangent line is going to be equal to 3 upon 4. Does that make sense? Yes, it does. Okay, now we need a point through which the tangent is passing. That point is given to us explicitly. That's 11, 4. So these are free marks really. Y minus 4 equals to 3 upon 4 into x minus 11. Okay. Now, normally we can leave this over here and move on, but because the question here has a very specific requirement, so we're going to do exactly what the question says. So we're going to cross multiply. So that's going to give us 4y minus 16 equals to 3x minus 33. Now, the question says ax plus by, so let's shift x across the equal to sign. So that's going to be minus 3x plus 4y equals to minus 33 plus 16, which is equal to minus 17. ये भी चलेगा, ठीक है? Or even if you write it as 3x minus 4y equals to 17, that also works. Okay? Because the question hasn't specified, so you can write it both ways, and both of them work perfectly all right. ठीक है? अब इसमें लड़ाई करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है कि मैंने ऐसे लिखा है, उसने ऐसे लिखा है, किसको मार्क्स ज़्यादा मिलेंगे, किसको कम मिलेंगे. You'll all get equal marks given that you've written one of these two. ठीक है? So yeah, I hope we're clear. Minus 3x, let me just double check. Minus 3x plus 4y equals to, yep, that looks good. So if a particle is traveling parallel to the x-axis and we're given its speed, what will be the velocity vector at time t? If it's traveling parallel to the x-axis, then that means its velocity vector, the y component of the velocity vector will be equal to 0. Okay. Show that C and the circle with equation x square plus y square equals to 4 do not intersect. Okay. Now, how do I show that the two circles do not intersect? Okay. So we have to find out the distance between the centers and we have to find out the sum of the radii. Okay. So let's go back and understand the concept. Not understand the concept from scratch, but let's just have a look at what exactly are we going to do over here. So we have to show that the two circles do not intersect. Okay. So there are two ways we can do that. First of all, we're going to find out the distance between the centers. No matter what we do, we have to find out the distance between the centers. If that distance is greater than the sum of the radii, that obviously means that there is a certain distance between them. That is why they do not intersect. Okay. If that distance is less than the difference, greater than the sum and less than the difference. So even if that distance is less than the difference, that also means the circles do not intersect. Okay? It's really as simple as that. It's not that complicated. Okay. So let's take A to be the center of the circle above, okay, which means it has coordinates 5, 12. Okay. And let's take R1. What's R1 going to be? R1 is going to be equal to 10. B will be the center of x square plus y square equals to 4 of this circle. And what's R2? R2 will be equal to 2. Okay. So in paper, can we use the formula minus b upon a in polynomial question? In polynomial, or you mean quadratics? Minus b upon a is for finding the x coordinate of the turning point. You can't use that in polynomial. Anyway, so AB, let's work that out. So AB will be equal to 5 minus 0, which is essentially as good as 5, plus 12 minus 0, which is as good as 12. So 5 square plus 12 square, that's equal to 169. Take the square root of it, that's equal to 13. Okay. And what about R1 plus R2? That's equal to 12. So we can see that the distance between the two centers is greater than the sum of radii. Therefore, they do not intersect. We can see that 13 is greater than 12. Okay, so since the distance between the two centers is greater than the sum of the radii, therefore, circles do not intersect. That's it. Keep it short, keep it simple. There are the rules. You guys already know the rules. Okay, no need to overcomplicate it and unnecessarily, no need to invent something on the go. Just keep it simple, keep it straightforward, and that's it. Okay. माइनस बी अपॉन 2a, हाँ एग्जैक्टली माइनस बी अपॉन 2a होता है एक्स कोऑर्डिनेट ऑफ द टर्निंग पॉइंट. अच्छा, आप लोगों ने शायद हो सकता है नोट किया हो कि पेपर में नंबरिंग थोड़ी आउट थी. Okay, I'm sorry, I had to just make the mark as quickly as possible. So yeah, my apologies. Anyway, let's move on and let's solve the velocity vector question. Now, velocity vectors is also a part of vectors which hasn't been tested, which means SNEAK, it's guaranteed that it will be tested. It may be tested, it may not be tested. We'll find out. In this question, all distances are in... Yeah, I know, I'm aware of that. So I'm aware of the numbering issue. Here. In this question, all distances are in kilometers. A ship starts from a point A which has position vector 0, 0. That means it's basically starting from origin with the speed of 52 kilometers per hour in the direction of -5 and 12. Find the velocity vector of the ship. Okay, now remember, velocity vector is basically equal to speed multiplied by the unit vector of the direction vector. Okay? Which basically means 5i minus 5i plus 12j divided by the square root of 13. Now, in case anyone's wondering where 13 came from, 13 is basically the magnitude of the velocity vector. Okay? So that means 13 ones are 13. 13 fours are 52. Is that correct? Yeah. So what do we get? We get 4 into minus 5. That's equal to minus 20i plus 48j. And I always prefer column vector over any other form because it's easy and it's easy to work with actually. So I'm going to write it as minus 20, 48. Okay. Okay. Write down the position vector of P at a time t hours after leaving A. So we need to take the starting point into account. Remember, A plus Vt. Okay, so A is basically the point from where it starts. Now that point is 0, 0. So even if you write 0, 0 or you don't, it makes no difference. Okay. And then the velocity vector, we just found out the velocity vector. So that's minus 20, 48. And what do we multiply that? We multiply that by t. Okay, so this is basically the position vector of the ship P at time t hours after leaving A. So that depends on the question, right? If they give... no, ऐसा नहीं है. ऐसा नहीं है. Unless the question explicitly says that you write it in a certain form, you do that. Okay? But if it's written in IJ form and you write it in column vector form, that's fine. It's no problem. At the same time, ship P sails from A. A ship Q sails from a point B, which has position vector 12, 8 with velocity vector. Okay, so we are given the velocity vector. We don't have to find that out. And we're also given the starting point. So that means 12, 8 is the starting point. ठीक हो गया? Plus the velocity vector. Velocity vector means minus 25, 45. Okay, multiply by t. That's it. Using your answers to part A and part B, find the displacement. Achha, wait a minute. ये OB नहीं है, this is actually OQ. Because this is ship Q. Okay. Find the displacement vector PQ at time t hours. So PQ is equals to what? PQ is equals to OQ minus OP. So that means all we have to do is subtract the two vectors. So let's do that, no problem. So OQ, ठीक है? इसमें से we have to subtract OP. Now OP is essentially this, minus 20 and 48. That's it. That's all we have to worry about. Okay, because its starting point is 0. All right. Can we simplify it? No, you can't simplify it any further. Okay, if you're thinking we can take common, what are you going to do after taking common? And it's not a fraction that you can simplify, like you can do 5 5s are 25 and 5 9s are. You can't do that. It's not a fraction. Okay. All right, so be very careful over here. It's very easy to mess this up. So minus 25 minus 20t. Okay, so these two can actually be further simplified. Okay, these two can actually be further simplified. So this is PQ. So minus 25 minus 20 will become plus. So that means PQ is equals to 12 and 8. That remains as it is. ठीक है? And then yeah, एक काम करते हैं. Because we know that in the next part we might have to do something with the vector itself. Okay, so let's write it like this: 12 minus 25t minus minus 20t. Okay, so minus 25 minus minus 20 will become plus. So minus 25 plus 20t, that's equal to minus 5t. So we have 12 minus 5t. Okay. And then 8 plus 45t minus 48t. So 8 remains as it is. 45 minus 48 becomes minus 3t. Okay. There you go. That's it. Hence show that PQ. So what is this? This is now the magnitude. Okay, what is it that the question is talking about over here? This is basically talking about the magnitude. So we will also go ahead and calculate the magnitude. Okay. So the magnitude means 12 minus 5t the whole thing squared plus 8 minus 3t the whole thing squared inside the square root plus 8 minus 3t the whole thing squared inside the square root. Okay. So this is basically what PQ is equal to. Now, as I no need to put the vector sign on top. So PQ, let's expand and simplify. So 12 squared is 144. 12 times 5 is 60. 60 times 2 is 120 minus 120t plus 25t square. And then we have plus 64. 8 times 3 is 24. 24 times 2 is 48t plus 9t square. And let's make sure to extend the square root. So 25 plus 90, that's equal to 34t square, minus 120 minus 48, that's equal to minus 168t. 144 plus 64, that's equal to 200. 4 plus 4, that's 8, so that's 208. There we go. That's PQ. Okay. Okay. Now, what have we just found? We've basically found out the distance between P and Q. Okay, we found out the distance between P and Q. Achha, I noticed that someone earlier asked this question, what if we had to show that these particles are colliding? So what are we going to do? Sir, I don't, whenever you are solving, it looks easy. Okay. Maybe you need to change your approach a little, and that's it. Equate I and j components, the t values will be the same, that is correct. But let's say the question has made you find out PQ. Okay, and now you have to show that they're colliding or something. Now what you're going to do is you're going to take the magnitude and you're going to equate the magnitude to 0. Okay, because if two objects are colliding, that means their distance apart is equals to 0. Okay? And if you're able to solve that equation, that means they collide. If you're unable to solve that equation, that means they don't collide. Okay, so if you only have to show that they collide and you don't really have to find out the value of t when they collide, you can use the discriminant. Okay? All right. Now, find the value of t when P and Q are first 2 kilometers apart. Why is the question using the word first? Ye first ke piche kya logic hai? Why is there a need to say first? Quadratic equation, very good. What else? What will happen when I solve the quadratic equation? That is correct. I will get more than one answer. So we're going to equate this to 2. Okay, I will get 2 positive values, which basically means that both answers are legit. Okay, both answers are acceptable, but we have to give the one where it's first equal to 2. Okay, which means we have to give the smaller value. All right, so 34t square minus 168t plus 208 equals to 2 square, which is equal to 4, which means 34t square minus 168t plus 204 equals to 0. Okay. I don't know if you can do middle term breaking over here. I wouldn't bother with middle term breaking. You know what? I would straight away use the quadratic formula. Okay? And then smartly use my calculator so that I don't leave a sign that I've used a calculator. Okay? So I'm not going to even bother with simplifying and middle term breaking. I'm just going to go straight up for the quadratic formula. Okay? So minus minus will make it plus. So we'll worry about that in a minute. Okay? So minus b plus minus square root of b square minus 4ac, which means minus 168 squared minus 4 times 34 times 204 divided by 2a, which means divided by 2 times 34. So t is equals to, now I'm going to use a calculator, which basically means that I've left no evidence that I've used a calculator. So we're looking at two values of t. One of them is 2.7927, 2.7927 dot dot dot. Okay, the other value of t that we're looking at is 2.148. 14839 dot dot dot. So which one's the smaller one? This is the smaller one. So this is the value that we're going to give. And remember, final answer correct to three significant figures. So t is equals to 2.15. That's it. Sir, is it valuable to give AD Math in October, November if I give AS Math in May, June? No. Then it's a total waste of time, beta. Instead of studying for AD Maths, I would suggest that you use the summer break to study for E2. There's no point in studying AD Maths if you've already done AS. Anyway, solve tan alpha plus 45 is equal to minus 1 upon under root 2. For alpha is greater than or equal to 0, lesser than or equal to 360. All right. So first of all, we have to alter the range. Altering the range means that the new range will be, so don't confuse this alpha with the basic angle that we call alpha. Okay. So 360 plus 45, what's that equal to? That's equal to 405, and 0 plus 45, what's that equal to? That's equal to 45. Okay. Okay. Now, so अब हम ना basic angle को हम खास तौर से नहीं लिखते, ठीक है? I mean, let's not write alpha. Let's just write basic angle. So the basic angle will be equal to tan inverse of 1 upon under root 2. Make sure that your calculator is in degree mode. Okay, or just do a reset of your calculator. So take tan inverse of 1 upon under root 2. Oh, I was hoping for an exact value, but khair ho gayi. So we get 35.26 degrees. Now, because this is negative, that means it is going to be in the first, not in the first, in the second and the fourth quadrant. So can we do this without altering the range? So any specific reason for opting this method? See, without altering the range is a method where sometimes you may get away with it, sometimes you may not. Okay, simple as that. So if you're lucky, you get away with it, but that's not a valid method. Okay, if you're lucky, you get away with it. Like for example, in this one, you get away with it, but every time the angle is different, you have to alter the range. That's the standard rule. Okay? Because yahan pe what's happening is this: by altering the range, usually what happens is that the number of solutions, you either get one more solution or one less solution. Okay, you basically get a few more solutions or a few less solutions. Okay? Here you get the same number of solutions. So that's why whether you alter the range or not, it makes no difference. Okay? Okay, now, so this is the basic angle. You can call it phi. Yeah, you can use any other symbol. Okay? Why is alpha used and also phi? Well, it's up to them really. Okay? Whatever it is that they want to use. There's no condition that alpha should not be used or anything of that sort. Anyway, so the first solution will be 180 minus the basic angle. That means 180 minus, and remember what we are finding out is alpha plus 45. We're not finding out exact values of alpha just yet. Okay? So 180 minus answer, so that's equal to 144.7356. So that's 74. And then it's going to be 360 minus 35.26. So that's equal to 324.74. 324.74. And then find out the value of alpha, and since these are angles are given correct to one decimal place, so and since this is going to be a final answer, so we will make sure that we give this correct to one decimal place. So 99.7 comma 279.7 degrees. Okay, so even though a range allows us to go slightly beyond one cycle, okay, if you look at the altered range, it allows us to go slightly beyond one cycle, but if I add 360 to 144, it's obviously going to exceed the range, so that's why we're not going to consider it. Okay? Now, I do agree that you can solve this question without altering the range and get the correct answer, but that does not mean that you can do every question like that. It's just that in this specific question, you get away with it. Simple as that. Okay? So how to not forget that the angle values are not final answers? Because remember, you're solving for alpha. You're not solving for alpha plus 45. You're solving for the unknown in this equation, which is alpha. Yes, you will definitely lose marks if you round to 280. And why would you round to 280, beta? Is today the first time that you're solving a past paper question? Why would you do that? I don't get it. Do we do that? Do we round off angles correct to the nearest integer, or do we round off angles correct to one decimal place? Do we check out last values when we get, yeah. So if you found out values of alpha, you make sure that the range falls within the range of alpha. For as long as you're finding out solutions for alpha plus 45, you make sure that your solutions fall inside the range of alpha plus 45. Okay. Now let's have a look at part B. So it's a no-brainer that we have to use the identity in the denominator, the third algebraic identity, which means sine squared theta minus 1. As far as the numerator goes, that's going to be sine theta plus 1 minus, make sure to make a bracket after that. So if you make a bracket after that, what do you get? You get sine theta minus 1. Yeah. Okay. So let's simplify. So you have sine theta plus 1 minus sine theta plus 1 once again. Minus minus makes plus. Now notice that this is sec square. Sec square basically means 1 upon cos. Okay, so technically we have to turn this into 1 upon cos squared theta. Okay. Achha, how do we do that? What can I do with sine squared theta? Sine squared theta can actually be written as 1 minus cos squared theta. 1 minus cos squared theta, and then don't forget the minus 1. Okay. So what happens as a result is that in the denominator, the 1 and minus 1 cancel out. Okay, and what we're looking at is 2 upon minus cos squared theta, which basically can be written as minus 2 upon cos squared theta, which basically can be written as minus 2 into 1 upon cos squared theta. And what is 1 upon cos theta? 1 upon cos theta is sec theta. What about 1 upon cos squared theta? That's equal to sec squared theta, which means A equals minus 2. There we go. Sir, will they cut mark if I wrote 99.8? Yep, you will. You will lose an accuracy mark. Okay. Remember, there's not a lot of margin in admaths. Okay, admaths में इतना margin नहीं है. Sir, can you do a stream on practical maximum and minimum like the earlier question? Sorry for spamming. Oh, practical maximum. देखते हैं if tomorrow I plan to do 2 streams and 1 mock, or maybe 1 mock, 1 stream. Let's see how much time I'm able to take out. Okay. So I'm streaming permutations and combinations, that's for sure. Uske saath, you guys want another mock? Yeah. You guys want... Sir, sine squared theta minus 1 is... A is 2? A is minus 2. A is not 2, A is minus 2. A is not 2, A is minus 2. Okay. Yeah, I know Canada sprint race right now. I'll probably watch the highlights. Anyway, part 2. Hence solve. हाँ तो minus 2 ही तो है. It's not 2, it's minus 2. You made a mistake in the first part? Where did I make a mistake? I mean, I do make mistakes. I'm not saying I don't make mistakes. Okay. But where? I'd like to know where I've made a mistake. Sine squared theta minus 1 equals cos squared theta. Beta किसने बोल दिया sine squared theta minus 1 equals cos squared theta? 1 minus sine squared theta is equals to cos squared theta. क्या हो गया बेटा? ज़्यादा पढ़ लिया आपने. मुझे लग रहा है आपका दिमाग उल्टा चढ़ना शुरू हो गया. ठीक है. तो sine squared theta minus 1 is not cos squared theta. 1 minus sine squared theta. Sine squared theta plus cos squared theta equals to 1, which means 1 minus sine squared theta equals to cos squared theta. ठीक है. It's okay. I don't blame you. I mean, I'm not saying I don't make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time and you guys correct me, but at least this time I haven't. Okay. Achha, sir, is your content on YouTube enough to study for advanced at home? I have given 4024 and I was planning to give... Yeah, you can do that. I mean, if you're disciplined enough, if you are self-accountable, then honestly, you don't need to take any tuitions. You can just use YouTube and that's good enough. Okay. Anyway, now, hence solve. Okay, hence solve means that we have to use the answer from the previous part. Okay. I don't get why minus 2. Acha beta, mujhe ek baat batao. sine square theta will be 1 minus cos square theta, correct? So 1 minus cos square theta minus 1. What will happen? This will become minus cos square theta. 1 minus cos square theta minus 1. Minus minus cancel. The denominator is minus cos square theta. Instead of leaving the minus sign in the denominator, can I shift it in the numerator? Or is that not allowed? Of course, I can do that. Okay, whether I write minus 3 upon 4 or whether I write minus 3 upon 4 or whether I write 3 upon minus 4, it's the same thing. Okay, so I've shifted the minus sign in the numerator. What is 1 upon cos square theta? 1 upon cos square theta is sec square theta. So I just change this to sec square theta. I let the minus 2 be as it is, and that's it. Job done. Okay, now moving on. So this we know can be written as minus 2 sec square, but wait a minute, don't write this as sec square theta, don't get carried away. Notice that when it was theta, we gave our final answer in terms of theta as well. Okay, but now it's no longer theta. Now it is 3 phi. Okay, that symbol that you're looking at is known as phi. Okay, so we just figured that this can actually be written as minus 2 sec square theta. Okay, so we just figured that 1 upon sine theta minus 1 minus 1 upon sine theta plus 1 can be written as minus 2 sec square theta. So that means this with 3 phi can actually be written as minus 2 sec square 3 phi, which is equal to minus 8. Okay, which basically means I can cross out the minus sign from both sides, which leads to the conclusion that sec square 3 phi is equals to 8 upon 2, which is equal to 4. ठीक है, अच्छा अब एक काम करते हैं, since we don't know how to solve sec, we don't have sec in our calculator, let's turn it into something that's solvable. So sec square can be written as 1 upon cos square, that's equal to 4. 3 phi minus 1. नहीं ना बेटा, this 3 phi this minus 1 is not part of the angle. Okay, this minus 1 is not part of the angle. This minus 1 is separate. Had it been part of the angle, it would be inside a bracket. Okay, had it been part of the angle, it would have been inside the bracket. Okay, all right, now so cos square 3 phi is equal to 1 upon 4, which basically means that if I take the square root on both sides, which I have to, otherwise I'm not going to be able to solve it. So we have cos 3 phi equals to plus minus 1 upon 2. Okay? Now the fact that it's plus minus 1 upon 2 means that we're looking at solutions in all 4 quadrants. But wait a minute. Notice that the range that we're given is the range for phi. Okay, and that range is, sorry, I'm being a bit lazy, but let's just copy this. So the range for phi that we are given is this. Okay, but the thing is, the angle in the question is not phi. The angle in the question, in the equation, is 3 phi. So what do we do now? We multiply everything by 3. So we alter the range. We multiply this by 3, we multiply this by 3. So that means the altered range, the range for 3 phi will be equal to minus pi and pi. Okay. Now minus pi and pi is the easiest thing there is. Okay, from minus pi to pi is the easiest thing there is. There's nothing to worry about. All you have to do is first find out alpha, the basic angle, for which make sure that your calculator is in radian mode. So take cos inverse of 1 upon 2, and what's that equal to? That's equal to 1 upon 3 pi. Okay, so find out cos inverse of 1 upon 2, and what's that equal to? That's equal to 1 upon 3 pi. Okay, now, so how did you solve under root minus 1 upon 4? I did not solve under root minus 1 upon 4. Okay, I solved under root 1 upon 4, which gave me plus minus 1 upon 2. Now minus pi to pi means that we can go in a clockwise direction and we can go in an anti-clockwise direction. So if we're going in an anti-clockwise direction, this will be pi upon 2, this will be pi. Okay, this is us going in an anti-clockwise direction. Remember, anti-clockwise is positive, clockwise is negative. Okay, so this is positive. And if you go in a clockwise direction, the point from where you start remains the same. So this will be minus pi upon 2, and this will be negative pi. All right. Now, since it's positive and negative, that means the solution is in all 4 quadrants. Okay, and what's the basic angle? The basic angle is 1 upon 3 pi. Okay, and it's the same in all 4 quadrants. Since it's plus minus, that means the basic angle remains the same throughout. Okay, so since it's plus minus, that means the basic angle remains the same throughout. Okay. All right. Now we're going to find out solutions for 3, 5 first, and then we're going to find out solutions for 5. So first, let's find out all the positive solutions. So if I go in a clockwise direction, an anti-clockwise direction, so the solution in the first quadrant will be the same as alpha. That means it's equal to 1 upon 3 pi. Then, what about this solution? This solution will be equal to pi minus pi upon 3, which basically is equals to 2 upon 3 pi. Okay? अच्छा, अब मुझे बताओ, should I consider this solution? Should I consider this, yes or no? Should I consider this, yes or no? No, I shouldn't. Okay. Meaning that now we have to go in a clockwise direction. Okay. Now we have to go in a clockwise direction. So let's go in a clockwise direction. So the value of this angle will be the same as alpha, but because we've measured it in a clockwise direction, it's going to be minus 1 upon 3 pi. Okay. And the next solution will be this one right here. Okay, so earlier somebody asked that if the range is from minus pi to pi, why am I considering all 4 quadrants? So I'm considering all, I'm not taking the solution in all 4 quadrants in an anti-clockwise direction. 2 quadrants, the solution that we're finding is such that for the first 2 quadrants, we're going in an anti-clockwise direction, and then for the next 2, we're going in a clockwise direction. So what will this angle be equal to? This angle will be equal to pi minus pi upon 3, which is equal to 2 upon 3 pi. But because we've gone in a clockwise direction, we will write minus 2 upon 3 pi. And that's it. Okay. So what to do if a range of answer is, so you keep adding 2 pi till the answer, for as long as the values are inside the range, you keep subtracting 2 pi for as long as the values are inside the range. Okay. Now, this is difficult, I do agree, but the good news is that this is the standard way of solving every single question there is. अब problem क्या होती है, आप लोग जो है ना hacks ढूंढते हो, ठीक है? अब hacks कहीं पे होते हैं, hacks ढूंढना बहुत अच्छी बात है. I also, in some cases, do give you guys hacks and tricks, but the thing is, when you look for hacks, you don't really get to understand the concept. And when you don't really get to understand the concept, the hacks that you end up with cannot be applied in every single question. So that is the problem. ठीक है, अब आप लोग इसमें hacks ढूंढते हो, you basically treat it like a regular trigonometric equation, and sometimes you do get away with it, sometimes you don't. And when you don't get away with it, you start questioning your concept. Okay, and you start complaining that it's difficult. Okay, so hacks are nice. I do agree. I do prefer hacks, ठीक है? But given that you understand the concept first. Okay, if you understand the concept, then go ahead. But if you are just relying on a hack without really understanding the concept, then there is no point in studying AdMaths, in my opinion. Okay? Because AdMath is not a subject that you can wing it, not a subject that you can hack it. I would suggest that you first understand the concept, and then to save time, to save some effort, you can rely on a hack. Okay? अब जैसे for example, आप सबको पता है कि x coordinate of the turning point is minus b upon 2a. But how many of you know why the x coordinate of the turning point is equal to minus 2 b upon 2a? So let me see. This is the range that I took. This was the actual range, and this is the altered range. dy upon dx. Very good. So if you take dy by dx of a general form of a quadratic equation equated to 0, you get minus b upon 2a. Okay? Now, being a math student, if you've just memorized minus b upon 2a, I'll understand. Okay? Because you're just studying math so that you can get it done and over with. But AdMath, I'm sure you guys are not studying to get it done and over with. Okay? If someone's taking AdMaths, that means they do plan to pursue a career that's related to AdMaths, or they do plan to pursue not a career, they do plan to pursue a degree that is related to math. Okay? So in that case, you can't just hack it. I don't think you can do that. If you do that, you'll probably end up paying the price sooner or later. So instead of using the 4 quadrants, like however, you can I not draw a sketch of the actual cost graph with a period of 2 pi instead? You can do that. So I added 1 in my angle. How many marks will I lose? All. Honestly, all. Okay. And I think you should, if I were the examiner, I'd probably penalize you even further. So thank God I'm not an examiner. Okay. Because why would you do that? I mean, that's so silly. Okay. Is there a bracket around 3, 5, minus 1? No, there isn't. So why would you do that? So what is the point of studying advanced being sarcastic, not being sarcastic at all, like it does help with getting scholarships? Because AdMath in specific is not a subject that's going to help you get a scholarship. You land a scholarship for yourself because of your overall grades. AdMath's appartyo to make A-level math easy. If you find A-level math easy, you end up getting a good grade in A-level math. You end up getting good university options as well. You end up with good university options. So that's it. Are there not 6 solutions? No, beta. Why would there be 6 solutions? There are 4 solutions. That's it. Why would there be 6 solutions? Take 4 solutions. That's it. Okay, now, question number 7. Achha, question number 7 is a one-of-a-kind question. It's the first time that I've seen a word problem of this sort applied to differentiation. Okay, I haven't seen a question like this before. Normally when we talk about practical applications of maximum and minimum value, we always see it related to shapes like volume, area, height. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, maybe perimeter. Yeah, sometimes perimeter combined with circular measure. Okay, but this is a one-of-a-kind question. Okay. Yeah, it is like math infused AdMath question. That is correct. That is correct. I think somebody in my class said something similar about this question. अच्छा कितना रहता है पेपर यार? कुछ ज़्यादा ही लंबा मॉक बना दिया मैंने यार. I thought we were about to finish it. Anyway, let's carry on. A ship is sailing with a speed v kilometers per hour. The sailing cost per hour is given by so and so. अच्छा, अब notice that what we are given is an equation that connects the cost with the speed. Okay. We are given an equation that is basically giving us the cost as a function of the speed. Okay? Zaire, the faster you sail, the more the sailing cost will be per hour. Okay? So what does the question say? Find the speed that makes C a minimum, justify that the value of C is a minimum. All right? So the keyword over here is the fact that C is minimum, which basically means that dc upon dv is equals to 0. So before we differentiate, let's write it in a way. How much space do we have? Plenty, but still. Let's start from the leftmost side. Let's write c in a way that it's easy for us to differentiate. So that's 3000 v to the power minus 1 plus 100. Which basically means that dc upon dv is equals to 2v minus 3000 v to the power minus 1 minus 2. Minus 1 minus 1, so that's minus 2. ठीक हो गया. And we're now going to equate this to 0. So 2v minus 3000 upon v square is equals to 0. ठीक है? Which basically means that 2v is equals to 3000 upon v square, which leads to the conclusion that v cube is equals to 3000 upon 2, that's 1500, which means that v is equals to cube root of 1500, 1500, not 15,000. I've ended up putting one extra 0. Anyway, so what's the cube root of 1500? The cube root of 1500 is, let's work it out. Cube root of 1500, that's equal to 11.447. So v is equals to 11.447, which correct to 3 significant figures will be equal to 11.5 kilometers per hour. We don't have to worry about units. Okay, as I always say that we have far bigger fish to fry. So units is not something that we have to worry about. I don't take exact value. Yeah, I'm not taking the exact value. Don't worry. So now we have to justify that this is minimum. Okay, so justify kar lete hain, no big deal. Justify, how do we justify? We justify by taking the double derivative, so let's do that. So dc square upon, actually d square c. So the universal method to find distance is to equate velocity to 0. Universal method to find distance to equate velocity to 0? I don't know what you mean by that. Khair. So when we differentiate this, we get 2. Minus become plus. So minus 3,000 into minus 2, that's equal to 6,000. 11.4. Oh yeah, it's 11.4. You're right. I would have lost a mark there. It's 11.4. Thank you. All right. So 2 plus 6,000, v to the power minus 3, which basically means that it's 2 plus 6,000 upon v cube. Okay. Now, obviously, v is positive, which means that this will be greater than 0. And if this is greater than 0, that means k c is minimum. Okay, remember, the value of the double derivative is a meaningless value. Okay. It's the sign that you're interested in. Okay, so for good measure, write d square c upon dv square is greater than 0. Therefore, c is minimum. अच्छा क्या लिखा है आपने? The universal method to find distance to equate velocity to 0 and then integrate from t equals starting point to the answer and from the answer to beyond. ठीक है, सही है, if you say so. I still have no idea what you're trying to say. The universal method to find distance to equate velocity to 0 and then integrate from t. Integrate from t? What do you mean integrate from t? But I have no idea what you're saying, but if it makes sense to you and if that's something that you've tested it multiple times, then stick to it. ठीक है? Otherwise, I have no idea आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हो. ठीक है? Sir, do we need to solve the expression of the double derivative to show the nature? No, it's not the value of the double derivative that we are interested in. It's the sign. Now we know that since v is positive, no matter what positive value we plug in, the end result is going to be greater than 0 irrespective. So if the end result is greater than 0, that means the double derivative is greater than 0, which means it's minimum. ठीक है? अच्छा, ताहा बेटा, I'm not going to say yes or no before I fully understand, so I'm going to refrain from saying anything at all because I really don't understand क्या कहना क्या चाह रहे हो. ठीक है? So yeah. All right, part B. Part B says, hence find the minimum sailing cost for a journey of 150 kilometers per hour. Oh, sorry, for a journey of 150 kilometers. ठीक है? Of 150 kilometers. अच्छा, अब सवाल में एक hack है. ठीक है? The hack in the question, hack नहीं, hack कह रहा हूँ, sorry. There is a trick in the question. Okay, there is a trap in the question, I should say. ठीक है? The cost that we're given is basically the per hour cost. Okay? This equation gives us the cost per hour. Okay? This equation gives us what? This equation gives us the cost per hour. ठीक है? अच्छा, let me get through this, then I'll try and make sense of what you're saying. ठीक है? So let's find out the minimum cost. Okay, let's begin with finding out the minimum cost, and we know that in order to minimize cost, what's the value of v? The value of v is 11.447. Okay, now what are we going to do? What value of v are we going to use? We're going to use 11.447. Okay, so using this minimum value, let's find out the minimum cost per hour. So c is equals to 11.447 squared. Okay, plus 3000 upon 11.447 plus 100. Okay, so c is equals to, let's work this out, 11.447 squared plus, why in 3 significant figure? The final answer is correct to 3 significant figure, and since I'm using a value to calculate something else, I will not use a rounded off value. Okay, I will try and use as accurate a value as possible. So here's what we get. We get the total minimum cost to be equal to 493.11. Okay, now bear in mind that this is the cost per hour. Yeah, you can use cube root of 1500. That's actually even better. You can use the cube root of 1500. That's even better. Okay, so this is the dollar cost per hour. Now, the thing is, we're not supposed to calculate the dollar cost per hour. We're supposed to calculate the minimum sailing cost for a journey of 150 kilometers. So that means if you sail at a speed of 11.4 or 11.447 of cube root or cube root of 1500, this is the per hour cost that you have to bear. Okay, this is the per hour cost that you will have to bear if you sail at this speed. Now, the question is, how long do you have to bear this cost for? The question is, how long do you have to bear this cost for? How long is the journey? The journey is 150 kilometers. So how long will you be sailing for, considering that this is the velocity or the speed? Yeah, the speed. Okay, let's ditch velocity. Let's ditch the word velocity, considering that this is the speed at which you will be sailing. So notice that what is time equal to? Time is equals to distance upon speed. So that means you will be sailing for 150. That's the distance divided by the speed. What's that equal to? That's equal to 11.447. Acha beta, let me get through this. Take care. I can do one thing at a time. Let me solve this question, then I'll take your questions. Take care. 11.447, which means the time is equals to 13.10387. ठीक है, मैं round off इसलिए नहीं कर रहा because it's not the final answer. ठीक है, 13.103 ... Okay, I'm going to be using the answer key of the calculator. So that means the total cost will be equal to the per hour cost that we just worked out. That's 493.11 multiplied by the number of hours that the ship will be sailing for. So multiply this by 493.11, and what is that equal to? That's equal to 6,461.64. ठीक हो गया, 6,461.44. Let me just make sure कि मैंने सब कुछ सही किया है. 493.11 into 13.103. Yeah. So, नहीं, एक second. 13.103. नहीं. 6,461.22. ठीक है. अच्छा, अब हो सकता है that you don't get the answer correct to the nearest cent. ठीक है, like for example your final answer is maybe slightly different. वैसे तो this is a dollar cost. The rule in math is that you always give dollar cost correct to two decimal places because that is correct to what the dollar can be calculated. But my assumption would be, because this is February, March, वैसे तो इसकी marking scheme आ गई होगी. I haven't downloaded it. But there will be a range of acceptable answers. And I think the range of acceptable answers will be somewhere in between 6461 to 6462. इन दोनों के बीच में आपका आंसर होगा, तो सही है. Okay, so for as long as your answer is in between these two values, it's acceptable. ठीक है? Okay, now, so let me have a look at your questions now. So in A, we don't know that the velocity can be positive or negative, but we're taking the cube root. So obviously, and it's not velocity, it's speed. Okay, so don't overthink it. It's speed. Speed is something that's always positive. ठीक है? अच्छा, sir, he means के displacement. अच्छा बेटा, आप बोलते रहे, but have you checked it with him? Is that what he means? No, 6458 is definitely unacceptable. So he means displacement to zero, which you have done once for a question. Basically, it's the principle that you equate displacement to zero as the velocity to find variables in displacement formula. In what context are you saying that? Displacement to zero we do to find out, are you talking about velocity vectors? We equate displacement to zero to see whether two objects are colliding or not. ठीक है. और किस context में आप बोल रहे हैं? Displacement को हम equals to zero करते हैं to find out when the object is back to the starting point. That is another reason why we do displacement is equals to zero. और किस context में हम करते हैं? अब देखो ना बेटा, वो kinematics बोल रहा है, आप बोल रही हो velocity vectors. So again, I don't know if it makes sense to you, if that's something that you've tested it multiple times, then stick to it. Okay, because I still have no idea what you're trying to say. Anyway, now I'm going to summarize this, so pay attention. A ship is sailing with the speed v kilometers per hour. The ship's sailing cost per hour, so this is speed, this is not velocity, okay? Is finding turning points vt and summing the split integrals of velocity. The split integrals of velocity, the best way to get total distance when a particle turns. You have to do both. You have to find out the turning point, and then you have to, yes, you have to split the integrals to find out the area under the curve. Yes, that is one way. I'm not saying the best way, but that is one way to get the total distance traveled. ठीक है? अब clear हो गया? Now, let's move on. ठीक है? The sailing cost per hour, so we're given the sailing cost per hour. Now notice that this sailing cost is dependent on what? It's dependent on one thing, and that is the speed at which it's sailing. So the question says find the speed that makes C a minimum. That means we have to find out the minimum sailing cost. So minimum sailing cost can be found if I differentiate and equate it to 0. So I differentiated, I equated to 0, I find out, so think of it this way. We're finding out the y-coordinate of the turning point, but before you find out the y-coordinate of the turning point, you have to first find out the x-coordinate of the turning point. So think of this as the x-coordinate of the turning point. We find out the x-coordinate of the turning point, and then we don't really have to find out the y-coordinate of the turning point because the question only says find the speed that makes C a minimum. Okay? The allowed range is 6460 to 6510. Okay, that's a lot. Okay? I haven't looked at the official marking scheme, but if that's what you're saying, so that is what it may be. Khair. So we find out the value of the speed at which the sailing cost is minimum. Now how do we justify? We find out the double derivative and show that it's positive. That means it's minimum. Now I can see कि आप वो value की बात कर रहे हो, आप बिल्कुल कर सकते हो. You can show that the value 493 is greater than 0, but remember that's not what we're interested in. We're just interested in the sign of the double derivative. Okay, and you don't really have to find out the value. Okay, now then hence find the minimum sailing cost for a journey of 150 kilometers. So we first find out the minimum sailing cost per hour by plugging in the speed at which the cost is minimum. So this is the per hour cost, the minimum per hour cost there can be. But if you're sailing for 150 kilometers and you're sailing at a speed of 11.447, that means the total number of hours that you will be sailing for is 13.103. So that means this is what you end up with. Acha, I don't have the official marking scheme of this. Let me have a look at the official marking scheme of this. Just give me a minute. ठीक है, इसकी marking scheme आ गई होगी अब. तो फिर मैं आपको exact range बता देता हूँ. Okay, just for good measure, I would like to have a look at the official marking scheme of this before I give you guys the range. देखो, currencies, reason why we gave currencies correct to 2 decimal places, because that's the rule that we apply in math, because that is basically the smallest value till which a transaction can be done. Okay? So that is why whenever we are dealing with currency, any value that involves dollar, which currency usually is, the only currency that we usually deal with is dollar, pounds, and whatever it is, doesn't matter. So we give it correct to 2 decimal places, correct to the nearest cent basically. That's the rule. क्योंकि कोई भी transaction होगी उसमें हम smallest unit क्या निकाल सकते हैं? The smallest unit of any transaction is a cent. So that is why we give it correct to the nearest. We give it correct to 2 decimal places. Acha, I can't see the official marking scheme of this yet, but if the result is out, technically, aa jani chahiye. Okay, so official marking scheme is not there. ठीक है. 6460 to 6510. चलें. So I'll take your word for it, because I can't find the official marking scheme, but I'll take your word for it. So you're saying 6460 to 6510. Okay. Now, given that y is equals to x cos 2x, find dy by dx. All right. So dy by dx will be equal to vu prime plus uv prime. So u is equals to x, which means u prime is equals to 1. V is equals to cos 2x, which means I couldn't. It's taking me time to get a hold of the official marking scheme, so I'll take. Kisne bola hai? Yeah, so I'll take your word for it that that's what it says in the official marking scheme. So as long as your answer is inside this range, it's acceptable. Okay. Now, even if it's slightly outside of this range, it's unacceptable. Okay, so no need to run every single answer through me. As long as it's in this range, it's acceptable. As long as it's not, it's unacceptable. So when you differentiate cos, you get minus sine. So it's going to be minus sine 2x times 2. So it's going to be minus 2 sine 2x. So vu prime plus uv prime, which will eventually become minus. So that means this will become cos 2x minus 2x sine 2x. Okay. NFWW means not from wrong working. So then the question says, hence find. Hence basically means that we have to use the answer to the previous part. Now from the first part, what do we know now? We now know that if you integrate cos 2x minus 2x sine 2x with respect to x, okay, we now know that if you integrate this with respect to x, what do you get? You get x cos 2x. You get x cos 2x. Okay, but keep your eyes on the price. You only want to find out the integral of x sine 2x with respect to x. Okay, so no problem. So we're going to keep the integral of cos 2x with respect to x on this side only. We're going to shift this across the equals to sign. Okay, so if I shift this across the equals to sign, it becomes minus x cos 2x without any integral sign. Okay, and then if we shift this across the equals to sign, this will become integral of 2x sine 2x. Okay? Okay, now, so notice that we only want the integral of x sine 2x dx. Okay? So no problem. Let's divide this by 2 and let's divide this by 2. Okay? Which now means that the integral of x sine 2x with respect to x is equals to 1 upon 2, okay, square bracket open, integral of cos 2x with respect to x minus x cos 2x as it is, square bracket close. Okay? So I'll quickly summarize what I've done. So after doing the first part, we now know that if we integrate this, we go back to this. Okay? Now, so if we integrate what we got after differentiating x cos 2x, that means we will go back to the original function. Now, we only want to find out the integral of x sine 2x. So my next task is to somehow isolate x sine 2x. So you can see I'm doing that step by step. I've left cos 2x on this side only, and I've taken this across the equals to sign, which is why you see a minus. And since I've taken this across the equals to sign, that's why you see a plus. Now I need to get rid of this 2 if I want to find out the integral of x sine 2x. So I divide this by 2 and I divide this by 2. Now I've written this half separately so that it does not interfere with the integration process. So x sine 2x with respect to x, the integral of x sine 2x with respect to x is now equal to 1 upon 2 as it is. Okay, yeah, of course we have to. I did not say that this is the end of the question. So now you integrate cos 2x. What is the integral of cos 2x? The integral of cos 2x will be equal to sine 2x. And don't forget that you also have to divide it by the differential of the angle minus x cos 2x as it is. And don't forget that every time you integrate, you got to deal with a plus c. Okay? So this now becomes 1 upon 4 sine 2x, 1 upon 4 sine 2x minus 1 upon 2x cos 2x. And don't forget the plus c. So that's your answer. Okay? 3 significant figures. Every non-exact value is to be given correct to 3 significant figures. That's the standard rule. Okay? Read the first page of the instructions. Okay? Can we leave plus c to when we are just writing the answer? Yeah, you can just leave the plus c towards the end. Sir, if it's a hence find question, whether it's a definite or indefinite integral we want to use. See, if it's a definite integral, that means you're plugging in limits. So there's no need to put a plus c. But if it's a indefinite integral, if there are no limits, then of course you need to write a plus c towards the end. Okay, now question number 9. The function f is defined by f of x equals to so and so. Write f of x in the form of a. So sometimes in the MS the plus c is set between the brackets. Does it mean that it's not marked? It means that the examiner is being a little bit lenient, but I wouldn't count on leniency. Okay? The rule is that every time you integrate, you put a plus c, unless it's integration within limits. Simple as that. Okay? So please, easy way to do these hence find questions, but if you're looking for easy and if you're not willing to put in the effort, maybe you should reconsider your choice of giving admaths, okay? Because this is as easy as it gets. This is really as easy as it gets. Simple as that. Okay? क्या ignore कर रहे हैं? What's your question, beta? What is your question? I don't see your question. I will not be doing kinematics since I've already done kinematics. I'll do permutations and combinations. Along with permutations and combinations, I don't know what else I will do. अच्छा तहा बेटा आप रोने के अलावा अगर अपना सवाल दोबारा भेज दें तो I think that would be nice. When will your AS summer batch start? AS classes will start from August. AS classes will start from August. ठीक है? Okay, now. But I've already done a stream on kinematics. I'll see if I can do another one. But one stream that I haven't done at all is permutations and combinations. So I will prioritize that. Along with that, I don't know what else I will be streaming. I'll put a poll on my, not a poll, but I'll do a Q&A on my Instagram. You guys can let me know that. So based on P1, do you think P2 is going to be hard or mid? I don't know. I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, so you guys can tell me on the 26th whether it was easy or difficult. Okay. Anyway, write f of x in the form of a plus b, bracket open, x plus c, the whole thing square, where a, b, and c are constants. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do what the question says. Now, you can use the method that we do in math. You can use comparing of coefficients. It's up to you, really. Okay, there's no right or wrong way. It's whatever method that you're the most comfortable with. Okay, so I'm going to go with comparing of coefficients. So a plus bx square plus 2bcx plus b times c square, and this is identical to minus 2x square plus 9x minus 10. Okay. All right. So let's rearrange this. Let's write this nicely. So we have bx square plus 2bcx plus a plus b times c squared. Okay. So b is the coefficient of x squared on the right, and the coefficient of x squared on the left is minus 2. So could you explain how to find the values of theta for the sum to infinity of trigonometric progression goes like when you get... But you do it in bits and pieces. You first solve it for greater than minus 1, then you solve it for lesser than 1. Okay? That's how you do it. I know the exact question that you're talking about. So in that question also, you first solve it for greater than minus 1, just like how you do it in maths. And then you solve it for less than 1. And then you give your final answer in range form. So it's not that you're going to do it, you're going to treat it any differently. You're going to do it the exact same way. So b is minus 2, c is equals to 9. So that means c is equals to minus 9 upon 4. Okay? Then we have a plus b times c squared, which is equal to minus 10. So b we've already worked out. That's minus 2. C we've already worked out. That's minus 9 upon 4. ठीक हो गया. And what's that equal to? That's equal to minus 10. Okay, now. So, wait, there's got to be a square here. So we have a plus, I think it's going to be minus in the end. Yeah, it's definitely going to be minus. So minus 2, bracket open, minus 9 upon 4, bracket close, square. So we have a minus 81 upon 8 equals to minus 10. So a is equals to minus 10 minus answer. So a is equals to 1 upon 8. Okay. Now let's give an answer exactly the way the question wants. That's 1 upon 8 plus b, which means minus 2, bracket open, x plus c, the whole thing squared. So that means x minus 9 upon 4, the whole thing squared. ठीक है. अच्छा, अब सवाल जो है ना वो आपसे डेलिबरेटली एक अजीब तरीके से लिखवा रहा है. ठीक है, बेहतर ये होगा कि यू राइट इट not in this part, because in this part the question has a specific requirement, but in the following part, before you decide whether the inverse exists or not, look at the amount of space that you're given. Okay, so why do you think you're given so much space? You're given so much space because so that you can make a rough sketch, you can go the extra mile before you answer this question. So let's write it in a way that it's easy for us to identify the turning point, the nature, and then we're going to make a rough sketch. So AS Math, no, but June is a waste of time. Okay, we start AS in August, and then we complete P1 by December, and then January we start M1 S1. Okay, you will find that a lot of teachers do start from June. Starting from June makes no sense to me, honestly. I think it's a total waste of time. July, okay, I understand, makes sense, but I start my classes from August. Okay. Okay, now. So what are we dealing with? We are dealing with a maximum curve which has turning points 9 upon 4, 1 upon 8. 9 upon 4 means 2.25, 1 upon 8 means 0.125. Okay? Okay, now. So what do you think? What's the condition for an inverse to exist? What is the condition for an inverse to exist? Question for you guys. What is the condition? Acha, Taha beta, let me see if I can do that. Okay? Let me see if I can do that. What is the condition for, it has to be 1 to 1, that's correct. Now, this curve is turning at 9 upon 4, which is not approximately, that's exactly 2.25, and 1 upon 8. Okay? Remember, this is just a rough sketch. Okay? This is nothing but a rough sketch. Okay? अच्छा, अब इसका domain क्या है? इसका domain है from 0 to 3. ठीक है? That means this is the part of the function that we're looking at. So as per the given domain, is it a one-to-one function? Considering that the domain is from 0 to 3, is it a one-to-one function? No, it's not. Why? Because you can see that the turning point, 9 upon 4, which is 2.25, is actually inside the domain. So because the turning point, which is let's write it like this so that you can see exactly what the value is. So since the x-coordinate of the turning point is inside the domain, that means it's not a one-to-one function. Okay, so what do we say? We say no f inverse does not exist as f is not a one-to-one function when x is greater than or equal to 0. पूरी बात लिखनी है आपने, ठीक है? Don't just assume that the examiner will figure something out on your behalf or the examiner will just understand it. ठीक है? There's no need to do that. Just make sure that you write everything for good measure. There you go. ठीक है? Yep, it's many to one. That's correct. It is many to one. That is correct. Yeah, you can write the answer in decimal. Yes, the question only says that they are constant, so yes, you can write it in decimal, no problem. Okay. So can we write 9 upon 4 is between 2 and 3, not 1 to 1? Just make sure that you specify why it's not 1 to 1. Okay. If that's the reason that you're giving, that's also acceptable. So just make sure that you write something that clearly specifies why it's not a 1 to 1 function. F inverse doesn't exist because f is many to one and f inverse would be 1 to many, which is not a real function. बेटा अगर आप कोई ऑनरेबल मेंशन चाह रहे हो तो ठीक है, लिख सकते हो, वरना इतनी सारी डिटेल्स लिखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. You can just say, but make sure that you specify, you need to mention the domain that's given also. Okay? You need to mention the domain that's given also. ठीक है? So you need to mention, see, a quadratic function by default is a many to one function. But sometimes it is a one-to-one function. When is it a one-to-one function? It's a one-to-one function when we alter the domain. So you have to mention the given domain as well. Okay? Now, part B. A function g is defined by g of x equals to 3 ln 5 minus 2x for x is greater than or equal to 0 less than 2.5. On the axis, sketch the graph of y is equals to g of x. State the exact values of the intercepts with the coordinate axes and the equation of any asymptote. So that means we have to show the x and the y-intercept if there are any, and we have to show the equation of any asymptote. So let's start with the asymptote, because finding the asymptote gives us a better perspective as to how the graph is going to look like. So x is equals to 5 upon 2, that's the equation of the asymptote, and this is a vertical asymptote. Okay? So that means vertical asymptote आपका होगा यहाँ पे कहीं पे. 5 upon 2 is 2.5, so somewhere over here is 2.5. Okay? Now what about the x-intercept? Now we know that the graph of ln does not have a y-intercept, but it will have an x-intercept. So how will I find out the x-intercept? The x-intercept can be found by simply equating the whole thing to 0, by simply equating y to 0. So let's equate this to 0. So 3 ne to ghaib bhi ho jana hai. That means 5 minus 2x is equals to e power 0, which means 5 minus 2x is equals to 1, which means 2x is equals to 5 minus 1, which is equal to 4. That means x is equals to 2. ठीक है? हम HM मिल गई तो क्या बात है? क्या? Honorable mention. Oh, okay. So there you go. मेरी घड़ी फंस गई ग्राफ बनाते हुए. Not very nice. Hang on. There you go. ठीक है. Oops. Doom solving. That is an example of doom solving. Wait a minute. So wait, that means this graph will have a y-intercept. Yeah, this graph will have a y-intercept. Sorry, my bad. Because x0 valid hai, so it will have a y-intercept. Yeah. Okay, so I think you guys just got me doom solving. So let's plug in 0 in place of x. So if I plug in 0 in place of x, what do we get? We get ln 5. ठीक है? हाँ, आप लोगों की आदत लग गई. नहीं, x intercept होगा. There will be an x intercept. There will be an x intercept. ठीक है? So what's 3 ln 5 equal to? 3 ln 5 is equal to 4.82. That means it's going to be somewhere over here. 3 ln 5. So let's write this as it is. ठीक है? There you go. Since it's x is greater than or equal to 0, less than 2.5, that means this is the only part that we're going to draw. ठीक है, इसको थोड़ा extend कर देते हैं नीचे की तरफ. Just a minute. We don't necessarily have to write 3 ln 5. No, you don't necessarily have to write 3 ln 5, but you do have to write down either 3 ln 5 or the decimal value, one of the two things. Achha, what's the equation of the asymptote? The equation of the asymptote is 5 upon 2 or 2.5. There we go. So please do coordinate geometry, especially circles, greatly appreciated. It says, it does say that this is the opposite because it's minus x. You're right, it's the opposite because it's minus x. It's not 5 plus 2x, it's 5 minus 2x. That's why it's the opposite. With coordinate axes. Yeah, so that is why there will be an x and there will be a y-intercept. Yeah, I misread the question earlier. It says coordinate axes. That means there will be an x and there will be a y-intercept. Okay, didn't understand 3 ln 5? Just simply plug in 0 in place of x to find out the y-intercept. How do you find out the y-intercept? You plug in 0 in place of x. How do you find out the x-intercept? You plug in 0 in place of y. ठीक है? अच्छा, अच्छा wait, there's more. Find an expression for g inverse of x. ये पेपर खत्म होने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहा. So 3 ln 5 minus 2x equals to y. So that means ln 5 minus 2x. Beta, I've read your request, but the thing is I've already done a stream on circles, so I don't think I will be repeating that. Okay. But what's your other request? Coordinate geometry, especially circles. Circles पे बेटा मैं इस साल session के start में ही stream कर चुका हूँ. ठीक है. Let me see if I can do that again, but I will be prioritizing something that I haven't done yet this year. ठीक है. तो आप एक काम करो. You can watch that stream, and I'm pretty sure it will help. So 5 minus, because I from that stream to now, there haven't been any new questions worth solving. So that's why. 5 minus e raised to the power y upon 3 is equals to upon 2 equals to x, which means the final answer, that's going to be g inverse of x. What's that going to be equal to? That's going to be equal to 5 minus e raised to the power x upon 3. Remember the final step, change y to x and x to g inverse. So 5 minus e power x upon 3 equals to 2. There we go. Okay, now. Part 3. Find the domain and range of G inverse. Give each of your answers in exact form. So read the question carefully. Achha, as far as the domain is concerned, the domain will be the same as the range. You can see what the range is. The range is lesser than or equal to 3 ln 5. Okay, you can see that the range will be lesser than or equal to 3 ln 5. ठीक हो गया. So the domain will be x is lesser than or equal to 3 ln 5, and as far as the range is concerned, the range will be the same as the domain of G. So G inverse of x will be greater than or equal to 0, lesser than or equal to, what was it, 2.5 I guess. Let's check. G inverse of x, yep, it's greater than or equal to 0 and less than 2.5. There you go. Why would it be equal to 3 ln 5? Plug in 0 in place of x to find out the y-intercept, and what's that equal to? That's equal to 3 ln 5. Here it is. Now, why would it be equal to all real values? Is this all real values? It's not all real values. Beta, why would it be equal to all real values? Look at the range of G. It's lesser than or equal to 3 ln 5. So why would it be equal to all real values? How does it work? How do you find out the domain and range of the inverse function? Question for you guys. How do you find out the domain and range of the inverse function? The domain of g of x will be equal to the range of the inverse function. The range of g of x will be equal to the domain of the inverse function. Now, how do I find out the domain of g inverse? The domain of g inverse will be equal to the range. What's the range? The range is lesser than or equal to 3 ln 5. Why would it be all real values? All real values would be something like this, but that's not the case. Because the domain of the actual function is limited, therefore the range is limited. Okay? So the range of this function is lesser than or equal to 3 upon 5. That is why it becomes the domain. Okay? And the domain of g of x was already given to us. That's what's going to be the range. Okay? So standard rules, nothing complicated, just the standard rule that we're applying. Range has become the domain has become the range. That's it. Okay, now, finally the last question. Thank God, paper khatam hone wala hai. Kafi drag ho gaya hai paper. So if they ask us to draw ln and its inverse, how do we know that if it intersects? You don't know whether they intersect or not, so you just follow the shape. If they intersect, that's how it is. If they don't intersect. Okay? But before drawing, it's not possible to know whether they intersect or not. Okay? अच्छा, इस क्वेश्चन को करने से पहले just give me 2 minutes. I'm going to go grab some water. ठीक है, फिर हम करते हैं इस क्वेश्चन को solve. ठीक है, in the meantime, वैसे तो you guys have already attempted this question, so there is no point in me saying that you guys should solve this yourself. ठीक है, just give me 2 minutes. I'm going to go grab some water, फिर हम इसको solve करते हैं. Okay. What's happened to the screen? Sir, is domain lesser than or equal to 3 ln 5 because x is negative of the g function? नहीं नहीं बेटा ऐसी कोई सीन नहीं है. The domain is of the inverse function will be equal to the range of the regular function. Correct? What's the range of the regular function? Look at the graph and tell me what's the range of it. The range of it can be seen that it's lesser than or equal to 3 ln 5. If it's lesser than or equal to 3 ln 5, that means this is the range that will be equal to the domain of the inverse function. That's it. Simple as that. Okay? So no need to complicate it unnecessarily. And what about the range of the inverse function? The range of the inverse function will be equal to the domain. That's it. Okay? So please guide when the shape of graph gets changed by sign. See, if it's a normal graph of ln x looks like this. If you change x to minus, what will happen? The graph gets reflected along the x-axis. So that is why the graph that you see looks like this. Okay, now obviously we're not going to draw this part because the domain doesn't allow us to. Okay, but if let's say x was positive, then this is what it would have been like. Okay, there you go. All right, question number 11. Now let's see what question 11 says. Question 11 says a particle P moves in a straight line and passes through a fixed point O at time t seconds. Its displacement O meters is given by so and so. All right. So won't we be able to find the shape when we find the intercepts? Yeah, you can do that also. When you find out the intercepts, you're able to figure out the shape as well. But just because किसने पूछा था? हाँ, because किसी ने पूछा था. That's why I answered that question. ठीक है. Okay. So a particle P moves in a straight line and passes through a fixed point O at time t seconds. Its displacement from O s meters is given by so and so. It is given that t is greater than or equal to 3, lesser than or equal to k. The velocity of P is positive and its acceleration is negative. All right, keep this in mind. This is very important, that the velocity is positive and the acceleration is negative. Okay, this is very important. Why is this important? You guys will find out very soon. The maximum velocity of P occurs when t is equals to 2. Okay. On the axis below, sketch a velocity time graph for the first k seconds of the motion P. Okay, first k seconds. All right. So the velocity of P is positive and its acceleration is negative. That means throughout from 3 to k, the velocity will remain positive. That means the graph will be above the horizontal axis. Okay, it will not go below the horizontal axis. Okay, that's basically what we have to keep in mind. Acha. Now, notice that the equation that we're given is displacement. So how will we draw the velocity time graph? We will have to first differentiate it. Okay, so before we can find out the velocity, we will have to differentiate it. Now, as you differentiate this, what do you get? You get 1 plus 12t minus 3t square. That means what are we looking at? We're looking at a maximum curve. What are we looking at? We're looking at a maximum curve. Okay, now we'll get to it in a minute. Let's first differentiate this also. So as I differentiate this, what do we get? We get 12 minus 2 upon 3t. That means what are we looking at? We're looking at a straight line. Okay, so we're looking at a maximum curve and we're looking at a straight line. Okay, now how did we get this? We got these equations by differentiating displacement with respect to time. So that means from 0 to 3 seconds, we're drawing a maximum curve. From 3 to k, whatever the value of k is, we'll find out. Okay, we're drawing a straight line. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now 60. What do you mean 60? Did I make an error? Nope, I don't think I made an error. Okay, now, so let's first find all the relevant values before we make a rough sketch, before we make a sketch. Okay? So this graph will have y-intercept 1. Okay, we'll have y-intercept 1. And the question says that the maximum velocity of P occurs when t is equals to 2. Okay, so ek kaam karte hain, let's find out what that maximum velocity is. So when t is equals to 2, let's find out the velocity. Now the question is, where will I plug in the velocity? Differentiate 3t squared to get 6 t, but I did not differentiate 3t squared anywhere. I did not differentiate 3t squared. I differentiated t cubed. That's how I got minus 3t squared. There is no need to differentiate 3t squared. Okay. Okay, so as I plug in t equals to 2, the question is, where will I plug in t equals to 2 in which equation? Obviously the one where time is 2. So I'm going to plug in 2 in this equation. Okay, so let's plug in 2 in this equation. So we have 1 plus 12 times 2, okay, minus 3 times 2 squared. So let's work this out. 12 times 2 is 24. 24 plus 1 is 25. 25 minus 4 times 3. What's that? That's 12. What's that equal to? That's equal to 13. Okay. So that means the maximum velocity is equals to 13. All right. Achha, what's next? Then let's plug in t is equals to 3. Achha, question for you guys. Where should I plug in t equals to 3 in which equation? See if you guys can answer this question correctly. Where should I plug in t equals to 3? In which equation should I plug in t equals to 3? In both. That's correct. Now, obviously, I'm going to plug it in v, but the answer is I can plug it in any one of the two equations. Okay? It doesn't matter whether I plug it in the first equation or the second equation because both can take t as 3. Okay? So let's plug it in the simpler one. This is much simpler. So 2 times 3 is, well, that will just cancel out. And 12 minus 2, what's that equal to? That's equal to 10. So that means v is equals to 10. All right. Now, so we do have some perspective of the graph. We know that it's going to be a maximum curve which starts at 1 and at t is equals to 2, it will reach its maximum value. And then at t is equals to 3, it will be equal to 10. And then from that point onwards, it's going to be a straight line. Okay? And that straight line will remain above the x-axis because for this entire range, the velocity is positive. So that means it is not going to go beyond the x-axis. Okay? So this is what we're looking at. A maximum curve which has y-intercept at 1 reaches its maximum value when t is equals to 2, and that maximum value is 13. And then at t is equals to 3, it reaches a value of 10, and then that's a straight line. This is what we're looking at. Okay? So हम एक काम कर लेते हैं. Let's first make a rough sketch, and then we can mark the values. Okay, so here we have ourselves a maximum curve. Okay? And then from this point onwards, it's going to be a straight line till k. Okay? Now let's mark all the important points. Sir, can't the v equal to 0 at k? But can't you read the question? Okay, can't you do me a favor and read the question? Read the question and tell me why it won't be equal to 0. Is 0 positive or negative? 0 is neither positive nor negative. Positive is positive, negative is negative, 0 is 0. क्या हो गया बेटा, बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ लिया आपने? What's the maximum value of v? That is 13. What is the value of v when t is equals to 3? That's 10. And there you go. That's it. Job done. ठीक है? Okay. Why line not touch k? But why not you read question? Why not you do me a favor and read question? Okay, I'll pause here so that you guys can read the questions. No, you don't have to make the dotted lines. Okay, I just make them for good measure. Bana lo to acha hai, you might need them later on. Still don't see it? Okay, question for you guys. Will I make the graph like this? ये आप लोगों ने कैसे इन्फर कर लिया कि k पे 0 के बराबर हो जाएगा? ठीक है, आप लोगों ने कैसे फिगर आउट कर लिया कि k पे 0 के बराबर हो जाएगा? Tell me, I'd like to know. Maybe you guys are seeing something I don't. So how did you guys figure out that at k the graph will end? I'd really like to know. Thank you. It says for t greater than or equal to k, v is positive. It says that v is positive. Notice that it says that for t to k, the velocity of p is positive and the acceleration is negative. Okay. So this means that for this range from 3 to k, the velocity is positive. So that is why it's not going to be equal to 0. Now, you can draw it like this. That's perfectly all right. You can get it as close as possible to 0, but just make sure that you don't make it intercept the x-axis at k. ठीक है, that is unacceptable. ठीक है, अब ये line आप ऐसे बनाएं, ये line आप ऐसे बनाएं. अच्छा, what about this? Why have I not made this line upward sloping? Why did I deliberately make the line downward sloping? Look at the equation. The equation of velocity is the equation of a straight line, which is a downward sloping line. ठीक है? Does it not begin from the origin? Better look at the equation. The equation has y-intercept as 1. That is why it will not begin from origin. ठीक है, तो हम अपनी पसंद से नहीं बनाते. ठीक है, इन्हीं के हमें अच्छा लग रहा है कि origin से start करें, so might as well make it start from the origin. ठीक है, हमें अच्छा लग रहा है कि ग्राफ जो है वो k पे जाके 0 को टच हो जाए. You know, it's going to look nice. We'll have a nice curve and nice triangle. We don't do that. ठीक है. We look at the equation and we draw it according to that. We read the question and we solve the question according to that. Okay, not according to what we like and what we dislike. Okay, or what looks nice and what doesn't. So we look at what the question says and then we solve it. Simple as that. Okay. So आपके trigonometry stream पे link to PDF is not added. Okay, I will see to that. I'll see to that. Okay. Anyway, let's move on now. Yep, this is the last question. Please tell how 4 marks are divided for this. Good question. This is, I know it's May, June 2025. I think it's paper 13. Yep. Here. Okay, so 2 marks are divided for showing. So this curve, wait, it's 4 marks, right? 4 marks or 2 marks? Okay. So 1 mark each for the correct equation, 1 mark each for the correct curve. Curve and line. That's correct. Okay. All right. Now, the total distance traveled by P for 0 to k is 57 meters. Given that when t is equals to 3, the distance and displacement of P from O are both equal, find the value of k. Okay. Now, so what can we do? Here's what we can do. When t is equals to 3, the distance and displacement, so we're given the total distance, okay, which is 57. So we say technically the displacement आपकी throughout the journey same ही होगी. When t is equals to k, the displacement will also be equal to 57. Yeah. Don't you think? When t is equals to k, the displacement will also be 57. Why is it that the displacement will be the same throughout? Read the question and tell me. Throughout the journey from t equals to 0 to t equals to k, the displacement and the distance will be the same. Why is that? No change in direction. That is correct. Because the direction does not change as v is constantly greater than 0. ठीक है, तो हम एक काम ये कर सकते हैं. Here's what we can do. We can plug in t equals to k and we can take the displacement to be equal to 57. ठीक है. Why is that? मैं यहाँ पे लिख देता हूँ. ठीक है. Distance and displacement are equal, not a standard rule. अभी नहीं कि आप रट्टा लगा लें कि distance and displacement are equal. No, they're equal in this specific case because the particle doesn't turn. Okay, how do I know the particle is not turning? Because velocity is not equal to 0. Okay, that's how we know what we know. Now the question is, where will I plug in t equals to k? The $1 million question is, where will I plug in t equals to k? Okay, not where we like. We'll plug in t equals to k in a very specific equation. What equation is that? That is the second equation. Okay. So why did you put A in P1, question in P2? Well, why not? It's a concept that hasn't been tested, so why not? Yeah, we're going to plug in t equals to k in this equation because this is the only equation that takes the value of t as k. So that means 12k minus 1 upon 3 k square minus 3 equals to 57. Okay. Okay. Now, so let's solve this. Let's first multiply everything by 3 so that we get, in fact, a काम करते हैं ना. Let's first shift the 3 across the equals to sign. So 12k minus 1 upon 3 k square is equals to 60. Now let's multiply everything by 3. So this gets multiplied by 3. This also gets multiplied by 3. So 12 times 3, that's 36k minus k square equals to 180. Okay. Let's get all the k's on one side. So we have k square minus, actually let's get all the terms on one side. K square minus 36k plus 180. Okay. So but 57 to एक second, let me think. Hang on. Hold on. नहीं, इससे हमारा आंसर आ रहा है. We can solve it like this. So factors of 180 that leave you with 36. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 45, 5 times, not going to work. 6 into 30. Yeah, that's going to work. So minus 6k, hold on. पहले मैं इसको solve कर लूँ, फिर मैं बताता हूँ आप लोगों को. This is going to work. Yep, this is going to work. Look, I'll tell you why this is going to work. If I take k common, we have k minus 6. Although you can argue that it does not make sense for 6 marks. Okay, this seems kind of too good to be true that this is worth 6 marks because we're essentially just solving a quadratic equation. Okay, so we get k is equals to 30. मैं बताता हूँ why we're getting the answer for this as well. Okay, I'll tell you why we're getting the answer for this. So we get k equals to 30 and k is equals to 6. Now, obviously, the value that makes the most sense is 6. Why is it that the value that makes the most sense is 6? I'll explain. So k is equals to 6 is correct because notice the question said that v is positive and acceleration is negative. So reason why 6 makes more sense is because the velocity equation for 3 to k is 12 minus 2 upon 3t. अभी इसकी marking scheme देख लेते हैं. ठीक है? Let's have a look at the marking scheme as well. And I'll explain why it makes more sense. So if I plug in t equals to 6, the velocity is equals to 2/3 of 6 is 4. 12 minus 4, that's equal to 8. If I plug in t is equals to 30, then the velocity 2/3 of 30 is 20, then the velocity is minus 8. So obviously t equals to 30 does not make sense. T equals to 6 does make sense. But this kind of feels to, iska aur koi follow-up part nahi hai, find the value of k. For 6 marks, this is kind of too good to be true. I do agree. Let's have a look at the marking scheme. Okay? And I'll explain to you guys why it works. I will explain to you guys why it works. Probably because it's non-calculator. नहीं, कोइंसिडेंस इसलिए नहीं है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ कोइंसिडेंस क्यों नहीं है. Reason why it's not a coincidence is because the object is not turning. Very few correct solutions, mainly due to the fact that incorrect solution has been देखो मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि why this makes sense. Alice, I want to tell you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so the thing is, okay, so listen, I'll tell you why this makes sense. Pay attention. When t equals to 3, the distance and displacement are equal. Okay, that means it will remain equal after 3 as well. Correct? Why? Because the particle is not turning. ठीक है, देखो MS ने ये खुद किया तो है, you're right, लेकिन MS ने ये किया है और यहाँ पे वो हमें कितने मार्क्स दे रहे हैं, यहाँ पे वो A1 2, लेकिन फिर हमें ये वाला मार्क, बात एक ही है टेक्निकली. नहीं, it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence from any angle. It makes total sense. देखो, I'll explain to you why this makes sense. See, you can always do it using limits. Okay, you can always find out the distance up until this point. Okay, you can always find out the distance up until this point, the distance traveled, by finding out the area, or by simply plugging in t equals to 3. Why? Because the distance and displacement are equal. Okay, because the distance and displacement are equal. So what you can do is you can simply plug in t equals to 3 in this equation, find out the displacement, and whatever is the displacement will also be equal to the distance traveled. Why? Because that's what the question says. So if you plug in t equals to 3, you will get 30 as your answer. That means the distance traveled up until t equals to 3 is 30 meters, which means for the remaining time, the distance that is traveled is equals to 27. But why this question makes sense, why this question makes sense the way we've done it, is because of this reason. Because when t is equals to 3, the distance and displacement are both equal. That means they will continue to be equal after 3 as well. Okay, the distance and displacement will continue to be equal after 3 as well. Why? Because the particle does not turn after 3. Okay, the particle does not turn after 3. The question says that the velocity is positive, it's not equal to 0, that means it's not turning. Which basically means that if I plug in t is equals to k in this equation, that will be equal to the distance as well as the displacement. Why? Because the particle is not turning. So that is why I simply equate that to 57. Okay? So when I plug in t equals to k, I get the displacement, which is equal to the distance because the particle is not turning, and that's equal to 57, and that gives us the value of k. Now I do agree that is a little too good to be true. ठीक है, तो इसको करने का जो दूसरा तरीका है, जो कि I'm sure must have occurred to a lot of students as well, let's do it that way also, and then we can stop. ठीक है. अच्छा बेटा, that trigonometry question that we're talking about, if I'm streaming trigonometry tomorrow, I will solve it then. ठीक है, अभी आज इस सिर्फ पेपर को पेपर तक ही रखते हैं. ठीक है, because if I take one request, it will be unfair to not take any more. So yeah. Anyway, so here's an alternative method. All right, alternatively. So alternatively, when you plug in t equals to 3, and you can plug in t equals to 3 in any equation, it makes no difference. So when you plug in t equals to 3, you get the displacement to be equal to what? You get the displacement to be equal to 30. Okay, that means the distance traveled from t to k will be equal to what? Will be equal to 27. That means the area under the trapezium, since the area under the velocity time graph is equals to the distance traveled, that means the area under the trapezium must be equal to, the area under the trapezium must be equal to 27. ठीक हो गया? Why? Because the total distance traveled is 57. So 57 minus 30, what's that equal to? That's equal to 27. That means the distance traveled from 0 to 3 is 30 meters, which means the distance traveled from 3 to k is equals to 27. Okay? So 27. So yeah. Okay. Now. अच्छा वैसे ताहा बेटा एक चीज़ मैं बता दूं, because APGP has already been tested, so there is no point in solving that question. That's a GP question, right? So it won't be tested. Okay, if there's a question on APGP, there is no point in solving that question. Okay, so let's find out the area of trapezium, and let's equate that to 27. Okay, now what will be the height? The height will be k minus 3. Okay. What about the sum of parallel sides? So we can see that one side is 10. Okay. What about the other side? How will I know what this is equal to? So for this, all I need is the equation of this line. What's the equation of this line? It's equal to, where did the equation go? Let's write it down. V is equals to 12 minus 2 upon 3t. Okay. V equals to 12 minus 2 upon 3t. So I'll simply plug in k in the equation to find out the corresponding y value. So that's going to be 12 upon 3k. Okay. I think the examiner se kuch yahan pe gadbad hui hai. The examiner probably didn't realize that this can be done in a much simpler method. And maybe that's why it's worth 6 marks. Okay. Anyway, so the two parallel sides are k and 12 minus 2 upon 3k. So that's 1 upon 2 into sum of parallel sides, which is 10 plus 12 minus 2 upon 3k, into the height. What's the height equal to? The height is equals to k minus 3. Okay, and what's that equal to? That's equal to the area, which is equal to distance, and that's 27. Okay, now 27 times 2, that's 54. 10 plus 12. Now all we have to do is simplify. So 10 plus 12, that's 22 minus 2 upon 3k into k minus 3 is equals to 27 times 2, which is 54. Now multiply everything by 2 so that you don't end up dealing with a fraction. So this will become 44. Sorry, multiply everything by 3 so that you don't have to deal with a fraction. So multiply this by 3, multiply this by 3. Okay. Let me just make sure that I've done everything correctly. 22. Yeah, I think I have. Okay. So this becomes 66 minus 2k into k minus 3 equals to 54 times 3. 54 times 3, that's 162. And now when you solve this equation, you get the correct value of k. Okay, you get the exact same value, 66k. In fact, I think you get the exact same equation also. Yeah, so the fact that you get the exact same equation is a testament to the fact that you can do it the way that we did it earlier. Okay, the reason why we get the exact same equation is it basically tells us that the way that we did it earlier is also correct. It's not a coincidence. Plus 6k equals to 162. Let's get all the terms on one side. So we have minus 2k square. Okay. And then 66 plus 6, what's that equal to? That's equal to 72k. Minus 198 minus 162, that's equal to minus 360 equals to 0. Let's divide everything by minus 2. So we get k square minus 36k plus 180 equals to 0. So we get the exact same equation. Okay, which once again leads to two values of k, 36 and 6 and 30, and we obviously go with the smaller value, which is equal to 6. Okay. Sir, if possible, please do Kinematics stream. Sir, in which question do you cover ln and e graph practice questions? I did that recently only. I did that in functions. In the first stream of functions that I did, usme check karo. Usme I've done ln and e graphs. So please help me learn integration. My school started integration before differentiation. But right now we're focusing on students who have their exam this year. I'm pretty sure you don't. So you can, in the meantime, watch integration streams that I've done. Okay. So yeah. Anyway, so we're done with the paper. Thank God, finally. And tomorrow, inshallah, like I said, I will be streaming what? I will be streaming permutations and combinations along with maybe trigonometry. Yeah, permutations, combinations along with trigonometry, because these two topics I haven't touched at all this year. Okay, I've done a bit of circles, I've done a bit of trigonometry, I've done a bit of velocity vectors. Okay, Monday ko maybe I can do, and I'll do another mock also. चलो ठीक है. So कर लेंगे आप लोग 3 streams देख लेंगे आप लोग. Mock plus 2 chapters. या ज़्यादा हो जाएगा. Will you guys be able to manage? Mock plus 2 chapters. Sir, I'm getting APGP. APGP has already been tested in paper 12, so don't expect it in paper 22. कर लेंगे. चलें ठीक है. Sir, I'm getting almost 17 P1. How much should I aim? But I don't aim for a number. Just aim for as high as possible, and that's it. Forget about the rest. Simple as that. Okay? If you start with a number in mind and work your way backwards, it's not a good strategy. Okay? All right. So I'll stop here, fellas. See you, inshallah, in the next stream, which is tomorrow. So take care, everyone. Achha, threshold. Okay, threshold. Threshold for this mock. क्या threshold होना चाहिए इसका? Let me see. So A star would be, let me have a look. Differentiation question was a bit challenging. Trigonometry equation was a bit challenging. Circles was easy. Permutation combination retardedly easy. Kinematics a bit challenging. Okay, let me see. I would say A star would probably be at $70. Okay. So this is on the higher side. Okay. I think 70 ज़्यादा है, 68 कर लेते हैं. A would probably be at $60. ठीक है. And B would probably be at $53. ठीक है. बट देखो, थ्रेशोल्ड जो है ना, इस तरह से नहीं निकाला जाता. थ्रेशोल्ड की एक पूरी एनालिसिस होती है. तो ये बहुत ही, दिस इज़ वेरी वेरी रफ. आई मीन इट्स अ गेस्टिमेट. ठीक है. इट्स नॉट एन एस्टिमेट, इट्स अ गेस्टिमेट. ठीक है. सो because threshold is something that requires a lot of data. Okay, so threshold calculation is done by looking at the marks of all the students first. Okay, and only after that can the threshold be calculated. But yes, you can anticipate that if the paper is difficult, that means everyone is going to struggle and the threshold will be on the lower side. But this is just very rough, a very rough estimate. Now I'll upload the solved version in the same folder, so you guys can have a look at it if you want to practice it later or something. So you guys can do that. Okay, done. Okay, so I'll stop here. I'll see you guys inshallah in the next stream. So take care, fellas. Allah Hafiz.